Hello, welcome to this stream. Right now we are just going to get straight into recording. I did some I did one compilation video last time, and I figured I'd show how I usually make it. Right now it's in the middle of one, but we have plenty of videos to make today, and I figured this is a good learning experience for all those who are interested in it. Okay. And I want to voice over this video since last time I had some microphone issues and they didn't pick up, and I only figured it out on Saturday stream. Yeah, that was kind of awkward if you ask me. So let's see if we can do something about it to make it watchable in the YouTube video sense. Okay, I have this video that's going to play. It's an editing of my clips, and it's going to basically be a compilation of my battles, in this case versus the first Paul Stangrove. So let's give it a watch and record it on the fly. Record voiceover on the fly. Hello, welcome to my no. Okay. I need to get into the groove. How should I start it? Okay. Hello. Welcome back to our mono teams again in All-Gen Reborn mod, and we are going to be doing our first mono team, the mono normal against the Paul Stangrove, the first one. We lead with Hockeyon, which is an evolution that we get right as it gets to level 25. You just need some windy weather for it, and then we're going to use Vigoroth. That's all you need in this fight. Just Vigoroth and Hockeyon. Since Hockeyon is evolves from Eevee, which is a normal type, then it's going to be viable for this mono run. I'm just going to switch between Vigoroth and Hockeyon. You may have seen Sudowoodo that it was protected for the first turn. That's an elemental seed that's available in the base Pokemon Reborn game. And we have the Pulse, which is part of the main storyline. Basically a very big boss. Now we have to deal with Parasect, which is a bug grass Pokemon, and it gets its first turn being protected, so it can put me to sleep, which is annoying, but what can you do? We just have to survive it and wake up, and the Air Cutter takes care of it. And next up is going to be Shedinja, which is weak. So yeah, that's it. Next up is going to be mono fighting, which we're going to use Monferno, Lopunny, Mankey, and Crabrawler. Leading with Crabrawler, just to get rid of Masquerain. It intimidates me, but I don't really care right now. I'm just going to Bubble Beam it, which isn't doing much, but well, it's going to be just enough. Next up is going to be Parasect, so I have to bring in something that can or I can stay in with Crabrawler. It's going to go down to a Wood Hammer, since it's very weak defensively. But next up is going to be probably Lopunny. Or no, Monferno. And we're just going to Flame Wheel it. Sawsbuck. It's going to flinch us a few times with Headbutt, but what can you do? Those are the dice rolls. And now we're going to use Mach Punch to get a bit of a speedy run. Then we are going to use Flame Wheel on Tangrowth, and it's going to lower our special defense. What can you do? It's going to even drain us. And now we need to bring something in against it. At this point I'm just considering what, and right now it's Lopunny. Since Lopunny needs max friendship to evolve, Return gets a base 100 attack. And yeah, Lopunny is going to be pretty powerful in this fight. Next up is going to be Mankey, since I don't have anything to hit Shedinja with. Yeah, it's going to Will-O-Wisp us, but it's not going to do much. Next up is Sudowoodo. I'm going to bring back Lopunny. And Sudowoodo is going to be protected. And we're just gonna waste a turn, trying not to attack it due to its cactus-like shield. And it's going to take down Lopunny, but I have Mankey. Mankey has Seismic Toss, which deals base 25 HP. It's based basically on the level of the Pokemon, and it's not going to be affected by Burn. So next up is going to be my Mono Flying type, which is just going to include Charmeleon and Vespiquen. Masquerain is going to Dragon Rage Masquerain. Charmeleon is going to Dragon Rage Masquerain. Then we're going to go to Vespiquen. Struggle Bug is going to be boosted in this field, so we're going to use it. It's not going to KO, but it's pretty close enough. I just need to pray that it doesn't flinch us too much. Next up is going to be Sudowoodo. I'm going to go back to Charmeleon. Sudowoodo is protected for the first turn, so I can't do much about it. All I can hope is that I can take it down. Well, Sudowoodo is down. Next up is Parasect, which is going to... I'm going to go to Vespiquen if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So it's going to put me to sleep, but after I wake up, well, I'm going to gust it away. I just need to wake up. Okay, gust, and it's gone. Next up is Pulse Tangrowth, and I'm just going to Struggle Bug it to death. It's going to lower its special attack, so it's not going to be very effective against me. Although it's still trying to lower my special defense. But, yeah. Pulse Tangrowth is going to go down. Next up is going to be Shedinja. I'm going to switch into Charmeleon, since Shedinja is going to go down in one hit. And that's Mono Flying. Next up is going to be Mono Poison with Ivysaur, Arbok, and Toxionn. Toxionn is another special evolution that you get access to in this mod. You just need to have a level 25 Eevee and have it poisoned when it levels up at level 25. Arbok is going to headbutt Masquerain to get rid of it. Then we are going to bring in... no, we're going to stay in and crunch Shedinja. Sudowoodo. We're going to bring in one of the two Ivysaurs. There are two Mega forms for Venusaur, so that's why I have two Ivysaurs. But in this particular battle, I'm just going to be using one. And Sudowoodo is going to go down to Ivysaur. Next up is going to be Parasect, which I don't have many options, so I think I'm going to go back to Arbok. It's going to put me to sleep, of course, but what can I do? Now I just need to Poison Sting it to death. I just need to wake up. Good thing I'm faster than Parasect. Next up is going to be Salzbuck. And right now I'm thinking about whether to bring in Toxionn or... and I think I'm going to bring in Toxionn. And I'm going to use Poison Tail to get rid of Salzbuck. Next up is going to be Pulse Tangrowth. And I'm going to stay in and just use Poison Tail against it. Pulse Tangrowth is grass and poison type. So poison does neutral damage to it. And yeah. Maybe there were better options, but just using Poison Tail on it and guess it until it goes down is also something you can do. It's not the most glamorous way to defeat it, but still, that's Mono Poison down, basically. And now it's going to be Mono Ground with Marshtomp, Onix, Numel, 2 Teddiursas, and the Wormadam. That's part ground, the Sandy Cloak version. In this case, Marshtomp is going to Rock Throw Masquerain away. And next up is going to be Salzbuck, which I'm going to use Numel to deal with. There goes Salzbuck. Next up is Parasect, and I'm going to bring in Onix. And since it's protected, I can just use Stealth Rock to do something to waste a turn. It's going to use Nature's Power, which is going to bring in another move called Wood Hammer that deals recoil damage. So yeah, I sacked Numel too. And now I'm going to use Wormadam. It's going to put me to sleep and use Wood Hammer again. I just need to survive it. It almost goes down to its own Wood Hammer, but yeah. Next up is going to be Shedinja, and now I'm going to bring in one of the Teddiursas. one of the two, because there are two forms of Ursuluna. The regular Ursuluna and Blood Moon Ursuluna. Next up is going to be Polis Tangrowth. And right now I'm just going to stay in, which is probably a mistake on my part, but yeah, I'm going to hope that Teddiursa can do some damage, which, since it's going to be almost healed exclusively by Mega Drain, it's not going to do much, even with a stab covet. Yeah. What can I do? It did something, and now I'm contemplating what to do. I'm going to bring in Wormadam and use Struggle Bug just to lower its special attack. Wormadam is going to go down since its job is done, and now I'm going to bring in the last Teddiursa and basically do the same as the last time, but since its special attack was diminished, now it can't heal as effectively. And now I'm going to go to Marshtomp to deal with Sudowoodo. Of course it's protected, what can you do? And now I can just deal with it. And that's Mono Ground. Mono Rock is Grottle, Onyx, Nosepass, and Castform. As you can see, there are fewer there are fewer Pokemon on the Mono Ground right now. Okay, Stealth Rock against Masquerain. And Masquerain sets up a Sticky Web. I deal with Masquerain with Rock Tomb, and next up I'm going to bring in Castform. Castform in this mod gets stat increases when it changes into its different forms. So yeah, while the moves are pretty varied, they are also very weak because it's early in the game. Later on, I'm going to use Castform with better moves. Well, Salzbuck is done. Next up is going to be Parasect. And now I'm just going to sack Onyx, if I'm not mistaken. Since it's protected, I can't do much. But it's going to recoil some heavy damage due to Wood Hammer, so there's that. And next up is going to be my Castform again, and I'm going to Ember it again. Next up is going to be Tangrowth. Contemplating changing it, but yeah, maybe I should have gone for a different move, but oh well. Didn't do much against it. And now I'm contemplating what to do against Tangrowths. And I chose my Nosepass, setting up Sandstorm to increase my special defense passively. It's something that every rock, steel, and ground type gets in that weather. And now I'm just hoping to get Tangrowth paralyzed with Spark, which it did. And I should have chosen to go to my Stab Rock Blast, but I don't know. I kind of forgot until after two more moves. Probably my Nosepass could have dealt with Tangrowth if I chose Rock Blast from the very beginning, but oh well. Next up is going to be my Grottle. And right now I think I'm just going to bite it or bulldoze it. And there goes Tangrowth. Next up is going to be Shedinja, and I'm going to stay in. Just going to bite it. Next up is going to be Sudowoodo. Of course its first turn is protected, so I'm going to just use Curse. And now I'm going to use Razor Leaf to get rid of it. Next up, Monobug with Mothim, Charge Bug and Masquerain. You probably saw Mothim in a few teams already. Basically it has a Mega form which has Protean as an ability, and while in this case it's perfectly legal to use in a Monobug form, there are certain teams where I used Mothim just because I didn't have any other options, like in the future Mono Dragon, as you will see in a bit. But yeah, Mothim is a pretty decent Pokemon. Yeah, I'm not going to entertain you. Masterful Poke. Hopefully that did the trick, otherwise I don't know. Now, Charger Bug did his job against Masquerain. Now we are going against Sawsbuck, and due to having to go against Shedinja, its attack has been halved. Well, next up is going to be Mothim. I'm going to use Bug Bite against Sawsbuck, taking it down. Next up is going to be Sudowoodo. And right now I'm contemplating what to do. And I'm going to bring in my own Masquerain. And just going to use Aqua Jet. Barely. It lived on 1 HP. Next up I'm going to change to Mothim. It's going to put my Mothim to sleep, but what can I do? I just have to survive while it tries to Wood Hammer away. Next up is going to be my Tangrowth. It's going to be the Tangrowth. I'm just going to use Gust against it. It's going to lower my special defense, but what can I do? Mothim is going to go down, and I'm going to bring in Masquerain to get rid of Tangrowth. There goes Tangrowth. Next up, Mono Ghost with Vulpix, Drowsy, Mankey, Mothim and Drifloon. And yeah, in this case Vulpix gets a Mega that's part Ghost. So yeah, in this mod. So I'm going to take advantage of that. Vulpix is going to get rid of Masquerain. Next up is Sudowoodo. Mankey is going to get rid of Sudowoodo, but first it's... well, right now I don't have many options since it's protected. Considering whether or not I should change it, but since I'm already here... yeah, you can see I took some damage because I attacked it directly. But now I can just take down Sudowoodo. Next up is Sawsbuck. And I'm going back to Vulpix. To get rid of it in one hit. Next up is going to be Tangrowth, and I'm going to stay in. Contemplating whether or not I should use Will-O-Wisp again, Will-O-Wisp on it. And I missed. So I'm going to try again, because, you know, sunk cost fallacy. Maybe I could have dealt with it if I have chosen just Flame Wheel, but oh well. considering whether or not I should go to Mankey, but I decide to go to Drifloon and try and use Confusion, which doesn't do much. So I'm going to go to Gust, which at least gets some stab. Okay. It's going to unfortunately, Drifloon is going to die to Parasect's Woodhammer. Then Mankey is going to come in and use Seismic Toss to deal some damage. And it's going to go down too, which is a shame. And now I'm considering what to do. Drowsy is going to come in next. It also gets a Ghost Mega, so that's why I brought him into this so-called Mono Ghost. And yeah, I just need to survive. I survive, and next up is going to be Shedinja. And I forgot that I don't have anything to deal with it, and it also outspeeds me. And now I'm just going to bring in Mothim, and I'm just going to deal with it that way. Next up is Mono Steel with Onyx, Bronzor, Wormadam, Trash Cloak. Onyx is going to come in, probably set up some Stealth Rocks. And then use Rock Tomb to get rid of Masquerain. Next up is Sawsbuck. And I'm going to use Wormadam Trash Cloak, which is Bug and Steel. I'm just going to use Bug Bite to get rid of Sawsbuck. Next up is going to be Shedinja. I don't have anything to deal with it. And I'm considering all my Pokemon, and I decided to go to Onyx to use Rock Tomb in it. It misses Will-O-Wisp, which is good, although I can't really use Onyx with all the rest of the Pokemon. So right now I'm just going to bring in Bronzor. And I'm just using Confusion against this Tangrowth. It's going to use Vine Whip, which isn't going to do much. It realizes that it's not going to do much, so it's going to bring in Parasect, which wastes its protected turn, but still I can't do much against it, so I'm going to be put to sleep and I'm going to have to suffer some Wood Hammers. And I just need to wake up. Good thing is that Parasect is going to be weaker. Okay. Next up is going to be Sudowoodo. So now I'm considering what to do. I'm going to bring in Onyx again. Sudowoodo is protected, so I'm just going to waste a turn while it sets up. I raise my speed and I decrease its speed. So yeah. Now I outspeed it and got rid of Sudowoodo. Next up is Tangrowth. And I'm going to go back to Bronzor and use Confusion against it. It isn't going to do much, but still. It's doing something. Bronzor is going to go down. But Tangrowth is pretty weak. And I'm going to finish it up with Wormadam. And that's Mono Steel. Next up is going to be Mono Fire with Charmeleon, Numel, and Castform. Start off with Charmeleon dealing with Masquerain. Then I need to bring in something to deal with Sudowoodo. And I'm considering Numel. You can see 3 Charmeleons, that's because there are 3 different forms of Mega Charizard in this mod. The two Mega Charizard, the X Mega Charizard Y and Dynamax Charizard. Right now I used Numel's Curse to get some extra protection against Sudowoodo. Since I can't hit it, then I used Magnitude to deal with it. And now I'm just going to tank a bit from Sawsbuck, get rid of Sawsbuck. And now I'm just going to have to survive. And I couldn't survive. So now I bring back Charmeleon. And use Fire Fang on it. I get poisoned, but oh well. Next up is going to be Tangrowth, and I'm going to use Dragon Rage against it, since it does fixed damage. And it's going to go down to 3 Dragon Rages. And next up is going to be Shedinja, and it's going to kill me with that. So I decided against using another Charmeleon. And I'm going to go to Meteo and use Ember on it. And that's Mono Fire done. Next up is going to be Mono Water. And for Mono Water we use Castform, Ducklet and Masquerain. I go into my Castform and decide to use Ember in this case for some extra damage. Masquerain is burned, but it's not going to matter. Now it helped me set up my Castform with some extra stats due to Rain Dance, although it also gets pretty weak against it, against any future Pokemon. Then I bring in my own Masquerain, and I just use Gust against its Sawsbuck. Does more than half damage, so it's good. Next up is going to be Sudowoodo, and I'm going back to my Castform. Well, I can't do much against this, it's protected, but hopefully we can get rid of it with Weather Ball. It survives the Sturdy, which is annoying, but what can you do? Next up is going to be Parasect, and I need to bring in something against it. Contemplating between Ducklet and Masquerain. And I bring in Masquerain. I know that I'm going to be put to sleep, but what can I do? And now I just have to wait out the Wood Hammers. It's not going to do much against me, but still. It's annoying that I can't do anything until I wake up. And that's Parasect done. And now I'm considering what to do. I'm going to stay in against Tangrowth and just use Gust. It's not going to do much, but still, some damage is better than no damage. I even got a crit, so yeah, but it also critted me. So now I'm considering what to do. And I think I'm going to get in my Castform and use Ember against Tangrowth. Unfortunately, it's going to keep Mega Draining me away, and I barely do any damage in the long run. But still, some damage is better than no damage. Castform is down, and now I'm going to choose Ducklet. Ducklet uses Aerial Ace, and it brings down Tangrowth. And now I just have to use Aerial Ace on Shedinja, and that's Mono Water. Mono Grass is going to contain something's happening and I don't know what. Okay, I think I'm going to crash again. Since... oh boy. Oh boy. Well, now how... oof. Now I just need to cut it. No. How do I do this? Okay. Let me just check. It's Mono 1. Oh no. And now I just have to use Aerial Ace on Shedinja, and that's Mono 1. Okay. Next up is going to be Mono Grass with Roselia, Floragato, and Wormadam Plant Cloak. I lead with Floragato since it gets Protean, so I can just transform into normal to avoid any potential damage from Masquerain, and I'm just going to get rid of it that way. Next up is going to be Shedinja. And I'm contemplating what to do. I'm going to stay in and use Bite. That's going to get rid of Shedinja. Next up is going to be Parasect. And I'm considering all my options. Since Parasect is protected, I can't just do anything against it. So I'm going to use Roselia. Since it's protected, I'm going to Growth for the first turn. And the second turn. And the third turn. Maximize my chances. And now I'm going to use Poison Sting to get rid of that. Next up is going to be Sudowoodo, which is also going to be protected, but what can you do? And now I'm going to use Mega Drain. It's going to survive with Sturdy, but I also get some health back. So yeah, that's that. Next up is going to be Sawsbuck, and I'm going to use Poison Sting. Next up is going to be Tangrowth, and again Poison Sting. It isn't going to do much. And that's Roselia done. Next up is going to be Floragato, and I'm just going to fish for critical hits with Slash. And yeah, unfortunately, it's going to use Mega Drain on me to get some health back. What can I do? And now I'm going to go to Wormadam's Grass Cloak to use Struggle Bug so I can weaken its attack with special attack. And next up is going to be Mono Electric with Electric, Charge Bug, Morpeko, and Partner Pikachu. You can get a Partner Pikachu as your starter with a password, and that's what I'm going to lead with. And I'm just going to use Partner Pikachu against Masquerain. Next up is going to be Sazbok. For that I'm going to use Charge Bug. It's going to set up Rain Dance, which doesn't affect me at all. Next up is going to be Shedinja. Contemplating whether or not I should stay in and use Acrobatics on it. And oh, I forgot that it isn't affected by Electric, so yeah. Or that was a misclick. Either way, I got rid of Shedinja, but now I'm Will-O-Wisp. And now I'm just going to stay in and use Dig. It's not going to do much, but still. It's better than nothing. Sudowoodo is just going to kill my Charge Bug. And now I'm considering going to Partner Pikachu. Also, you can notice that Loudred is here. It has a Mega Form, which is part electric, so it's viable for electric mono types. And Partner Pikachu is going to get rid of Sudowoodo. Next up is going to be the Parasect, so I'm contemplating what to do against it. I don't have many good electric Pokemon, as you can see, since we're just before the second gym. So I'm going to hope that Pikachu can deal with Parasect on its own. Of course, no. It just helps Parasect get some extra attack. And now Electric is going to get in and be destroyed by Parasect's Wood Hammer, but at least it did its job. We've got rid of Parasect. Now Morpeko is going to come in, and right now I'm just going to fish for flinches against Tangrowth with bites, and it works pretty good. It's not the most efficient way, but I don't have many good Pokemon to bring in. And that's Mono Electric. Next up is Mono Psychic with Noctowl and female Meowstic. Well, first off, Noctowl. And I'm considering whether or not I should go for Wing Attack or Uproar. I decided to go for Uproar, since it's special attack, so it's not affected by Intimidate. And down goes Masquerain. And I'm going to stay in and still do my Uproar. Now I'm going to use Wing Attack against Sazbok, which is enough to bring it down. And now I need to bring in something else against Sudowoodo. Considering whether or not I should bring in any other Pokemon, but only Meowstic has something that's actually good against Sudowoodo. And now I just have to do something to wait out its invulnerability turn. And now I can use Magical Leaf to get rid of it, and Disarming Voice at the end because of Sturdy. Next up is going to be Shedinja, and I don't have any way to hit it due to its Wonder Guard ability, so I'm going back to Noctowl to use Wing Attack on it. And that gets rid of Shedinja. Next up is going to be Tangrowth. considering whether or not I should use wing attack or confusion. Wing attack does decent, I guess. Now but uproar does more. And I'm just going to be locked into uproar for a few turns. But the good news is that Noctowl gets rid of Tangrowth, and now I just have to deal with Parasect. And I'm going to just use I'm just going to have to get hit, and now I'm going to go to Mono Ice, Castform, Alolan Vulpix, Crabrawler, and Delibird. Those are the 4 Pokemon that I needed for my Mono Ice. They aren't very good Pokemon, but what can I do? Alolan Vulpix deals with Masquerain. Then out comes Shedinja, and I think I'm going to use Payback to get rid of it. And that's it. Next up is Parasect, and I'm considering whether or not I should stay in. That EV is for the future Glaceon. I was really I didn't have many options against this team with my current Mono Ice team. So yeah, Parasect is going to hit me a few times with Wood Hammer. What can I do? At least I woke up and dealt with Parasect. Now next up is Sawsbuck, which I know it's going to headbutt me, but oh well. I'm going to bring in Alolan Vulpix again, just to get its speed low. And it's going to headbutt me again, so yeah. Considering what to do right now, I'm going to bring in my Delibird and try and use Ice Shark. But since it has Rustle as an ability, it gets a decrease in its accuracy, so I missed the first turn. Next up is Crabrawler against the Dodo, and I'm just going to use Bubble Beam for now. It's going to use Rock Polish, and now I'm going to use Power Up Punch. Although I get crit attacked, and all of my attack is suddenly boosted to the max. And now I'm contemplating what to do. I use Payback, which isn't going to do much even with my maxed out attack. And I'm going to use Slam, which might have 2-hit KO'd if I had used it from the very beginning, but oh well. And I'm going to... I'm contemplating what to do, but I'm going to try and go to Delibird. And that deals with Tangrowth. And next up is going to be my Mono Dragon with Charmeleon, Altaria, Noibat, and Muffin. Yeah, there aren't many early game dragons, so that's why I had to bring in Muffin. Fire Fang against Masquerain. Deals slightly more damage than Dragon Rage, but still not enough to one-hit KO. Considering what to do against Sudowoodo, I don't have many good options, and I probably could have stayed in, but I decided to save my Charmeleon. Now I'm just going to try and attack with whatever I have. I don't have much, so I'm going to use Takedown, which isn't going to do much. What can I do? My Swablu gets downed, and now I have to consider what I can do against it. I bring back Charmeleon and use Dragon Rage, although I sacrifice almost half of my health. Next up is Tangrowth, and I'm going to use Dragon Rage again. Tangrowth goes down. Now I'm going to bring in my Noibat. Yeah. As you can see, I'm pretty desperate. And I get a flinch. But I managed to set up one Razor Wind. Which is now a 2-turn attack since, I don't know, Generation 8. Yeah. Now I'm considering what to do. Charmeleon is pretty weak. And it's going to go down to Sawsbuck. And now my only other Pokemon I have is, well, Muffin. So yeah, I'm betting against God here. Of course it's going to go to sleep. And it's going to be pummeled with Wood Hammer. Good thing that it's 4 times resistant to it. Now I just need to wake up. Which takes a while with Mutton, unfortunately. But I wake up and get rid of Parasect. And next up is Shedinja. And I managed to survive, so that's Mono Dragon. Scuffed Mono Dragon, but it's done. Next up is Mono Dark. With Croconaw, Cacnea, Arbok, Mightyena, and Morpeko. Well, I bring in Croconaw against Masquerain. This Aurora Beam, which isn't going to do much, unfortunately. But still, better than nothing. Masquerain goes down. Next up is going to be Shedinja. And I decide to stay in due to having Bite. I get Will-O-Wisp, but what can I do? That's the risk, I knew about it. Next up is going to be Parasect. And now I'm going to get in Cacnea, which is mistake. Even though it doesn't get its Dark type just yet, it's well, it gets critted. And I can't do much against Parasect. I decide to go into Mightyena, which, yeah, it's a mistake since it uses Wood Hammer on me, but at least now it's very weak. And now I'm considering what to do. And I think I'm bringing in more Morpeko. And I'm going to use Bullet Seed against it. There goes Parasect, and now I'm going to stay in with more Morpeko against Tangrowth. Just to fish for flinches with Bite. Kind of like with my Mono Electric. So yeah, if you've seen Mono Electric, you know what my strategy is with more Morpeko against Tangrowth. It's mainly luck based, but I mean it works. Down goes Tangrowth, next up is Tang with Sawsbuck, and I don't have much to use against it, so I'm going to bring in Arbok since Morpeko went down. Sawsbuck for some reason decides to use Rain Dance, and now I'm going to be flinched by its headbutt, but I'm going to use Poison Sting. Next up is going to be Sudowoodo. I'm going to stay in and just wait out its turn. And then I'm going to just use Glare just to get it paralyzed. Use Crunch to get its defense down, but I'm going to actually go get it done. Okay, Mono Fairy is next, Cherim, Butterfree, and Pikachu. As you can see, that's not very fairy-ish, but all of them have different forms. In this case, this partner Pikachu can later be turned into an electric fairy variant, so that's why I'm using it. Butterfree gets a Mega that gets part fairy, So yeah, going to use Bug Bite against Salzbuck. And now I'm going to go to Cherim, which in case it would be sunny weather, then it would also get another form, which is part fairy. But in this case, since it's raining, well, I just have to deal with its current stats and form. Also gets an increase in stats in sunny weather. But Cherim is enough to get rid of Sudowoodo. Next up is Shedinja, and I can't do much against it since I don't have anything to hit it with. And I decide to go back to Butterfree to use Gust against it. They use Shadow Sneak for some extra damage, but it's not going to matter. Next up is going to be Tangrowth. And now I'm considering what to do. Should I go to Alolan Vulpix, or stay in, or use Pikachu? Well, I decide to use Pikachu. Why? Because it gets Nozzle, so I can paralyze Tangrowth. Which I can then use Electro Ball to see how much I can do, which is a decent amount. And that's what I'm going to be doing. Even though it uses Mega Drain to heal itself, it's sometimes it gets paralyzed. And Pikachu goes down. Next up is going to be Butterfree. I'm going to use Gust to get rid of Paul's Tangrowth. And now I just have to deal with Parasect. It's going to put me to sleep, but I just have to wait out the turns. And that's it for Mono Fairy. Goodbye, guys. Okay, now how do I... How did I do the last one? Edit selection, trim to selection. Yeah. No. No, that's not what I did. What did I do back then? No. I somehow managed to do that last time and I forget how. Trim to selection. No. And that's it for Mono Fairy. Goodbye, guys. Okay, I think that's good enough. Goodbye, guys. Okay. Great. I can't use that, huh? Well, I'm going to use this. Versus Tangrove. 1. And now we just have to wait a bit. Well, do you guys have anything to ask me? Let's get rid of this guy. Yes, in the meantime, we can go check out the clips for this video. I'm going to highlight it, to create some highlights. Okay. Yeah, too bad that my microphone didn't work. I was basically reading in her voice, or my close approximation to it. Well, I don't know why exactly the clip is so spotty. And that's how I make my clips. How did I name them before? Mononormal. Okay, that's one clip down. Mono fighting and fire versus Florinia. I got some messages. Let's put some music while we're here. Okay. That took way longer than it should, but that's what happens usually. We just have to wait for the video to basically be uploaded and choose a suitable thumbnail and make a good description. Speaking of descriptions, what did I do on the first one? Okay, the description is done. Now we just have to wait for the English. Entertainment. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I'll keep them around. What was... No. No. Okay. So that's... I need to go find mono fighting and fire. This is the normal one. Fighting and fire. Okay. Might as well. Versus Tangrowth 1. Move all of them in here. Okay. Now I need mono flying. Okay. Then poison. Where is poison? Here it is. Hello to whoever decided to stop by. Once I finish downloading everything from this new movie, from this new for this new edit, I'll go and check if the new video was uploaded. There should be a compilation already in the works. It's just taking its sweet time. I guess I'll go check it now. Still waiting for it. Jesus Christ. Yes, we're just going to have to wait for a bit. And this is mono ground, okay. Next up is going to be mono rock. Poison rock, I think bug is next. Let's see if we can edit 2 videos tonight. Okay, bug is done. Next up is ghost. That finished quite quickly. And then steel. Fire is already in the fighting category, then water. And then next grass. Electric. Mono ice is next. Dragon. Then mono dark. Okay, mono dark is done. And finally, mono fairy. 70 minutes. Oh boy, this is going to take a long while. Whew. Versus Florenia. Import media. Change the frame rate. And hello, welcome back to our mono teams again in All-Gen Reborn mod. Okay, let's go down memory lane. So one vigor off. One Lapani. One Hakion. One Taxion. That's about it actually. Just checking the video quality for a bit. And yeah. Seems like it's done. Next up, mono fighting. And mono fire. That's just Monferno. How's the processing? Still 70 minutes? Or no? Well, that looks like a good thumbnail. Public. And okay. Now the question is, hello, welcome back to our mono team. PhD version should be up in an hour. Okay. On a flying team. Charmeleon. Vespiquen. Is it the same? Let me just use some formatting. C2 to AN. Yeah. Okay. Exactly why. What the fuck is that roll? Okay. AN Y. Okay. Next up is poison. Need a Reno. Rubbish. coughing. Either not rubbish and coughing, okay. That's monopoison, wherever it is. Here it is. Then mono ground. Which is two Nidorinos. Did I seriously use two Nidoros? Downloads versus Florenia. Where is mono ground? So far I see yeah, I used two Nidorinos. Okay, yeah, two Nidorinos and a Teddy Ursa. Okay. That was mono ground. Where is mono ground? Ground here. Next up, mono rock. Aaron. Throttle. Cast form. And slugma. Okay. Next up, bug. Muffin. Charge a bug. Butterfree. Masquerade. That's it. No. Also used Vespiquen. Okay. Okay, Monobug, where are you hiding? Here it is. Next up, Monoghost. Vulpix. And Mightyena. Might not sound like a Monoghost to you, but still, by the rules of the game, it is. Where is Ghost? Yeah, it's here. Then Steel. Nidorino. And Wormadam Trash Cloak. Steel. I know that fire is already done, so I'm skipping straight to water. What are the stages of War Rain? Spheal. Quaxwell. Cast Form and Masquerade. Okay. Mono water, where are you hiding, mono water? Mono grass. Snover. Floragato. And Wormadam plant cloak. Actually loud red. Electric. Charge a bug. Palmot. Electric, electric, electric. Where are you, electric? Where is the electric one? I know I don't have the best eyesight. Huh. I don't have the electric. Good to know. Next up, mono psychic. Noctowl. Then what was it? Delphox. What's the pre-evolution? Braixen. And finally, female Meowstick. Next up, mono ice. Snover. Cast form. And the Alolan Vulpix. Dragon. Okay. Grovyle. Grovyle and Muffin. Okay, where exactly is Dragon? Okay, it's here. Dark. What's Grimmsnarl's first? Impidimp. Okay. Torracat. Mightyena. That's it. Dark, dark, dark. Where are you, Dark? Next up, Mono Fairy. Impidimp again. Creamy. Alolan Vulpix. Coughing. And that's it, actually. And Fairy is supposed to be here, okay. So 37 minutes more or less. Well, this is going to be a shorter version. Where exactly is this from? Nikki's Mixed. Okay. Now we just have to record ourselves. Let's see. Mute. Arm for record. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Okay, yeah. It's working. Welcome back. Today we are attempting a mononormal against Florinia with Vigorov, Lopani and several others. Hawkion and Toxion. Yeah, I should probably re-record that. Hello, today we are attempting a Welcome back to our mono-normal team, where we are attempting to beat Florinia with Vigorov, Lopani, Hawkion and Toxion. We lead off with Vigorov against Hertwaki. This is going to be a compilation of all 18 teams, and first off we have Twaki versus we have Vigorov versus her Sinistcha. Too bad it's not really going to be good. But we have Hawkion, which is going to get rid of Sinistcha. Then against Eldegoss. Now against Sunflora. We're going to stay in. Down goes Sunflora. Next up is going to be Credilli. We are going to bring in Lopani for double kick. And this Credilli unfortunately has quite an annoying strategy. It has recover and stockpile. Yeah. Annoying as it can be, basically. What can we do? We're just going to have to whittle Credilli down. It's basically a battle of wills right now. But we're going to get through it. Not ourselves, not with Lopani, but in the future. And down goes Lopani. And now we are going to bring in Toxion for a poison tail. Of course, we're going to get a super potion for our dear Credilli, which most likely has run out of recovers by now. But the gym leader hasn't run out of super potions. At least Toxion is down, but Credilli is basically on 1 HP. And we're going to finish it off with Air Cutter. And next up we have Diplin, and we're going to stay in. And finally, back to Thwacky. And that's going to be our mono normal. Next up is going to be the mono fighting and mono fire all in one, because we can solo Florinia with just Monferno. So you get a 2-for-1 special. Pick Monferno and yeah, just go for power up punch. You can see it's going to be pretty unfair. Power up punch in this mod pack, in this mod is learned via level up. I don't know if it's been added through a newer generation, but I don't remember the base game having power up punch being given to Monferno. And as you can see, why? It's pretty broken. See that, Cradilli? Yeah, it's been deleted. This is the fastest run of this of the whole 18 battles. Well, 17, because yeah, mono flying, Charmeleon and Vespiquen. Yeah, if only all the others were just as smooth as mono fighting and mono fire. But well, Charmeleon is going to Fire Fang Thwacky. In comes Sinistcha. And down goes Sinistcha. Next up is going to be Diplin. And we're going to bring in either Vespiquen, or we're going to stay in with Charmeleon. I don't remember exactly what choice did I make back then. This is a voiceover because my microphone was sadly not picked up, so it's not exactly I don't know exactly what my words were back then. Yeah. So yeah, that's Diplin almost gone due to Vespiquen. Next up is Sunflora, which is going to almost get deleted. Yep. Oh boy, next up is going to be Cradilli. And it's going to get rid of us. But fortunately for us, we have Charmeleon with Dragon Rage. And it missed its Rock Blast. And now we just have Eldegoss. And we just use Fire Fang a couple times to get rid of it. And that's Mono Flying done, basically. Next up is Mono Poison with Nidorino, Trubbish and Coughing. We lead off with Trubbish. We set up two layers of Toxic Spikes. And then we go for Acid Spray to get rid of Thwacky. Next up is going to be Sinistcha. And I think we're going to stay in. No, we're going to get Nidorino in. But either way, Sinistcha is going to go down due to poison. Next up is going to be Eldegoss. And there goes Eldegoss. And now we're going to bring in Coughing. And there we have Cradilli. It's been badly poisoned. And now we just have to use Clear Smog to get rid of its stockpile. Basically that tells the AI, do not try that. And I think it got the message. And there goes Cradilli. Yeah, use Clear Smog Coughing for this team. And here's Sunflora. And we're going to basically just whittle it down with Sludge. And finally Diplin. Again badly poisoned. And there it goes. Next up, Monoground with 2 Nidorinos and Teddiursa. 2 Nidorinos, why? Because there are 2 Megas for Nidokings. And yeah, I just decided to copy the Mono Poison with layering with having 2 layers of Toxic Spikes. And now just going to town with Poison Sting. Next up is going to be Sinistcha. And I'm going to bring in Teddiursa for this, just because. And of course we get burned, and unfortunately Teddiursa doesn't have guts, unlike Ursaring. So yeah, it's... unfortunately it didn't do much. And we're going to bring back our first Nidorino and use Bite against Sinistcha, making sure it goes down. And we're considering whether or not to bring in Numel, I think, or Wormadam. But we decide against it. And now we have Nidorino versus Diplin. Fortunately we got crit. And down goes the first Nidorino, and I decide to double down, so to say. And there's Credeli. And we're going to use double kick for a bit of extra help, but Credeli, even if it recovers, which it doesn't get a chance to, would have been dead due to Toxic. Next up is Eldegoss. Fortunately, is going to get rid of our Toxic Spikes, but could be worse. They've done their job. And Eldegoss goes down to poison. Next up is going to be Sunflora, and I decide to stay in. And Poison Sting. And it's already been poisoned. Just regular poison this time, but still it doesn't matter since it goes down to the next turn. And Diplin is up next. And we just have to wait. Because Diplin, even though it's going to kill our last Nidorino, it's going to go down to poison. So yeah, that's how we win. Next up, Mono Rock with Aaron, Grottle, Castform, and Slugma. Why Grottle? Because in this mod pack, Torterra gets a Part Rock Mega Evolution. And why Castform? Because in this mod pack, Castform gets a form for Sandstorm Weather. Even though it's not really shown in this case. But trust me, it's there. And now we're going to use Castform to use Powder Snow against Diplin. Yeah, Diplin goes down. Next up is Credeli. We consider using Aaron, but we go for Slugma. And we choose to go with Yawn, and then well, unfortunately we can't use Smog, but it put Credeli to sleep, helping us bring in Aaron, if I remember correctly. But first we need to check. Yeah, we are going to bring in Aaron, and we're just going to use Metal Claw. I was basically hoping to get some attack increases, but unfortunately Credeli recovers and we don't get any attack increases. And what can you do? We keep on trucking on with Aaron. Unfortunately, it's a pretty annoying long fight. What can you do against it? Credily gets its full free stockpiles and it goes on to just recover. And of course it uses its potion. But we get a crit! That saves us. And now we just have to deal with Sinischa, which is going to take down Aaron, unfortunately. And we're going to go into our trusty cast form and hope for the best, which isn't going to be much, unfortunately. And as such, we are left with a dilemma, and we're going to go for Grottle. We're going to use Bite to get rid of Sinischa, and we are going to stay in against Eldegoss, basically hoping to get some lucky flinches, although our speed is pretty low now. Yeah, we're not going to get any flinches, unfortunately. Well, we get some special defense increases, so that's good. And of course Florinia has 2 super potions, which is annoying, but what can you do? And there goes Eldegoss, and next up is Sunflora. Good thing we have +6 special defense. And we just have to bite Sunflora. Fortunately it also has Morning Sun, so it's getting some unfortunate recovery. What can you do? At some point, even it gets tired of us, and we get beat it with 1 HP. Next up, Monobug with Mutton, Charjabug, Butterfree, Vespiquen, and Masquerain. Whew, that's a mouthful. And we lead off with Charjabug. Next, it's going to bring in Sinischa, which, yeah, we are going to deal with acrobatics. Next up is going to be Diplin. We're going to deal with it with a critical acrobatics. Don't know if it mattered, but hey, it's something. Now we have to deal with Credily. Kind of wondering if I should stay in with Charjabug. And I go into Vespiquen to use Fury Cutter against it. Unfortunately, we kind of get pummeled by it. Next up, back to Charjabug to use Bug Bite. Fortunately for us, Charjabug is pretty tanky, and it goes down to Thwackey, unfortunately. Next up, we go to Muffin to use Bug Bite there. Doesn't really get to do much. It just gets rid of Thwackey, and then we get paralyzed and can't do anything against Eldegoss. And we're going to Butterfree for a bit of Bug Bite. And we get rid of Eldegoss. Next up is going to be Sunflora. We stay in and we try to live. Fortunately, for some reason, Sunflora is faster. And now we go to Masquerain and we use Gust, and that's Monobug done. Next up, Monoghost with Vulpix and Mightyena. Well, Mega Ninetales exists in this mod pack and is Spark Ghost, and there's also Mega Mightyena, which is Spark Ghost. So both of them are technically valid for a mono ghost run. So we deal with our first Pokemon, then we bring in Mightyena. Fortunately, Mightyena can just bite and flinch, and after Dipplin it gets its first Moxie boost. Next up is going to be Sunflora, and we almost one hit KO it. And now we have our second Moxie boost. Next up is going to be Cradily, and we have our we almost die, but we now have our third Moxie boost. And there goes Sinistcha with our fourth Moxie boost. Next up is going to be Eldegoss. And finally we beat Florina with Ghost. Next up, Mono Steel with Nidorino and Wormadam Trash Cloak. Why Nidorino? Because one of its mega forms of the Nidoking gets part Steel. So we are going to set up our Toxic Spikes and deal with the team like before. Poison Sting, hope for the best. Down goes Thwackey. Next up is going to be Sinistcha. Considering whether I should go to Wormadam, but I stay in and use Bite. It's going to try and hex us, but it's flinched, and now down goes Sinistcha. Next up is going to be Eldegoss. Fortunately, it's going to lower our speed, and we almost die. Fortunately, we still outspeed it. Next up is going to be Dipplin, and it's going to kill Nidorino, unfortunately. And next up is going to be Wormadam. First off, I decide to look up if I should bring in one of the others, and I decide against it and go for Wormadam. I think I was considering Pineco for a moment, but I decided to go for Protect to get some extra chip damage from well, that was fast. We got rid of Sunflora, and I'm considering whether I should go for one of the other steel types, but I decide to stay in. Cradily is going to stay in, get poisoned. I use Protect to protect myself, then I use Bug Bite, and then Protect again just to protect myself, and again Bug Bite. Next up we finish up Dipplin, and that's pretty much Mono Steel. Next up is going to be Mono Water with Spheal, Quaxwell, Castform and Masquerain. We lead up with Quaxwell for a wing attack. Fortunately, Thwackey is going to get us down to almost 1/3 of our max HP, and then we continue with Sinistcha, which is going to kill us, unfortunately. Okay, next up, Masquerain. And we use Gust to get rid of Sinistcha. Considering what Pokemon I should bring in, since yeah, we're in a grass gym, unfortunately. So I bring in Spheal. Not the best Pokemon, but it's part ice. So yeah, I'm going to use Aurora Beam. Cradily is going to keep stockpiling up, and then it's going to use Recover, and we finally get lucky with a crit. That's good. I'm going to stay in and use Field's Aurora Beam against Eldegoss, which has a resist berry. But we are going to stay in. It almost goes down, but it manages to kill my Spheal. Well, what can you do? Masquerain is coming in, and then we revenge kill Eldegoss, and now we are going against Sunflora. Sunflora almost manages to kill my Masquerain, and now we have Diplin, which is going to kill our Masquerain, and finally I think we go into our cast form. And we're going to use Powder Snow against Diplin. And there goes that. Next up, Monograss with Snover, Floragato and Wormadam Plant Cloak. Well, first off we lead with Floragato. We use U-turn to get rid of Thwackey and bring in Snover. And she decides to bring in Sinistcha. We use Icy Wind, and it lowers its speed, which doesn't really matter. Either way it's going to go down. Next up is going to be Eldegoss, and we are going to basically lower our speeds. Snover unfortunately goes down. I go back to Eldegoss, to Floragato. And unfortunately we are going to use our U-turn to go to Wormadam. If you saw those two Dartrixes, yeah, I brought them, but I didn't use them. I was tired by this point, and I forgot that they aren't available. They aren't supposed to be available since I already have Floragato as my starter in this fight. But they're not going to be used either way. Wormadam is going to solo Diplin. Unfortunately, gets paralyzed, but Eldegoss is also pretty weak. Next up is going to be Sunflora, and we're just going to get our Diplin killed, or Pokemon killed, but also, yeah, that's it. Mono Electric, Loudred, Electrike, Charjabug and Palmot. As I stated in a previous video, there is a there's a Mega Explode which is part electric. In this case we have Scrappy as our ability, so even though they brought in Sinistcha, we managed to get our echoed voice. And next up is going to be Cradily. I stay in, and unfortunately that's as far as Loudred can go. It did its part. We are going to bring in Charjabug for a Bug Bite, and it almost finishes up Cradily, and now it does. Thwackey is going to be next, and it's almost going to go down. Unfortunately it manages to get our Charjabug. And I'm considering whether or not I should bring in Electrike. I probably should have gone for Quick Attack, but still. What's done is done. Next up is Eldegoss. And we're just going to use Ice Fang. Unfortunately we get outsped. And next up We're going to go for Pomot if I remember correctly. And just use Arm Thrust. Next up is going to be Sunflora, and it's going to go down to 2 Arm Thrusts. Or 3, I can't remember exactly. Yeah. That's Mono Grass done. Mono Psychic is that was Mono Electric, done with Mono Psychic. We have Noctowl, Braixen, and a few others. Now, why is this? Okay, sorry. Why? Why is this again here? It shouldn't be. Fuck me. Okay, how do I cut this? And now we use cut now. Trim to selection. Did selection. Now, how the hell do I cut this? DaVinci Resolve Studio, trim audio. Come on. God, I hate YouTube sometimes. God, I hate YouTube. Come on, load. Of course you load a lot of...
Gap at the end there. So what I want to do is get this little icon showing up. As I hover over the end, you see you've got this icon. I'll explain what that does in a gap at the end there.
Come on, come on.
Do select your input, arm the track to record, and get something beautiful that sounds like this. So I might want to just trim the end of this so that there's no gap at the end there. So what I want to do is get this little icon showing up. As I hover over the end, you see you've got this icon. I'll explain what that does in a mo. But I've got this icon and I want to trim it in just there, and I do it and oh, it didn't trim. Hang on, let me try again. Oh, it didn't trim. Why? That might be frustrating for first-time users. You need to switch off the snapping because DaVinci Resolve feels intelligently. It knows whether you should be trimming to a certain point or not. And now you'll see I get grey where...
Okay. That's mono grass. Okay. Now why is psychic recorded as that? I need to go back here. Search for psychic. Why? Watch. Come on, Twitch. For crying out loud. So it mono-psychic download. Okay, come on. No, I wanted rename psychic and replace that. What do you mean I need permission? Okay. How about psychic 2 then? Now I just need to import psychic 2. Now why the hell? Okay. Okay. Okay, finally. Fairlight. Next up, Monopsyche with Noctowl, Braixen, and female Meowstic. Braixen against Thwackey. Get some speed boosts. Gets rid of Thwackey. And I'm going to speed boost again, or Psybeam Diplin. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter, so I'm going to go with speed boost again. We get a crit. And next up is going to be Cradily. Fortunately, we don't do much damage against Cradily, so we're going to go down. And we're going to bring in a female Meowstic here. Use a Fake Out. And then a Psyshock to get rid of Cradily. Next up is going to be Sinistcha. So we are considering what to bring in. And we decide Noctowl would be a good choice. And then we get rid of Sinistcha and we go towards Eldegoss. And we get rid of Eldegoss. Next up is going to be Sunflora. And that's Monopsychic done. Next up, Mono Ice with Snover, Castform, and Alolan Vulpix. Okay. We lead off with Snover. And we go against Eldegoss. Almost get rid of Eldegoss. And now we have gotten rid of Eldegoss. Next up is going to be Sinistcha, so I'm going to bring in my Castform and use Weather Ball on Sinistcha to get rid of it. Thwackey is going to come in. We are going to get rid of it again with Weather Ball. And we need to get in Diplin. We need to get in Alolan Vulpix here. We get a lucky crit with Icy Wind. Next up is going to be Cradily. And I'm considering whether or not I should stay in. But I decide to... I decide to go to Castform. And we almost get rid of Cradily. Even though we are hit 5 times, the next turn we get rid of Cradily. And next up is going to be Sunflora. And I'm just going to stay in. And that's Mono Ice done. Mono Dragon with Grovyle and Mothim. Yeah, maybe I could have used another Pokemon besides Mothim, but I didn't want to risk it. So I just used Fury Cutter with Grovyle. Just keep using Fury Cutter. We got rid of Sinistcha. Next up is going to be Thwackey. We got rid of Thwackey. Next up is going to be Eldegoss. Sunflora. Dipplin. And next up is Credilli. And we just barely make it. I don't want to get rid of... I don't want to give Credilli a chance, so I bring in Muffin. I don't want it to recover. Okay, Mono Dark, Impidimp, Torracat, and Mightyena. Whew. So we lead out with Impidimp, with Fake Out and Assurance. Florinia brings in Eldegoss. And we get rid of Eldegoss with Impidimp. We're going to... We are considering whether or not we should bring in Torracat. And that we do. We almost get rid of Thwackey with Firefang. Okay, next up is going to be Dipplin, and we use our dual chop. Unfortunately we got paralyzed, but we still outspeed it. Next up is going to be Sinistcha, and we're going to die to Hex, unfortunately. Seriously considering bringing in Impidimp, and we get a bit of chip damage, and now we can bring in Mightyena for a bit of Moxie boost. Next up is going to be Sunflora. We get our second Moxie boost, and finally Credilli. And we've managed to... we manage it. Mono Fairy, Impidimp, Alcremie, Alolan Vulpix, and Coughing. Okay. Impidimp again against Thwackey. Fake Out and Assurance. Again, same as last time, we go against Eldegoss. And that's it for Eldegoss. Next up is going to be Sinistcha. And unfortunately we go down. Now we bring in Alolan Vulpix for some Icy Wind shenanigans. Fortunately we get critted. But we do manage to get rid of Sinistcha. Next up is going to be Thwackey. And we get its speed down. Then I bring in Coughing. I use Clear Smog. Then it's going to be Sunflora, and I think I decide to stay in. I'm just considering other possibilities, but yeah, I'm staying in. Fortunately, Sunflora does have Morning Sun, and Credilli finally gets poisoned, so that's good. Unfortunately, it has recover. And we go down as coughing. And now we have to bring in somebody. And I decide to test out Alcremie with Draining Kiss. It doesn't do much, but still. It can do some damage. Fortunately, Credilli went down. Next up is Diplin. And Diplin goes down. And finally we have Sunflora, which is already weakened. But we have 2 super potions to go through, I think. Or at least just one. And that's Mono Fairy done, finally. Phew. And that's... that's it. Done. Okay. Export. Versus Florania. Phooey. And I think I'm going to cut to just prepare for the next video. Oh, I got some notifications, huh? Dynamite Jones. Gamer. Oh, of course, it's an artist. Oh, it's already done? Okay. Our mono. Okay. Florinia. And what title did I use? No, it's not made for kids. English. And now we just have to wait for the processing to begin. Why did I misspell Florinia so wrong? I guess I'm tired. I guess tomorrow I'll be doing the Jasper Ward and the Barrel World, and maybe Corey, depends on how tired I am. Whew. That was a lot. Now what am I going to have here? Okay. Processing to HD, 90 minutes left. But standard is going to be in 25 minutes. I guess we could start working on the highlights for the second pulse time growth. Wait a second. This isn't the one that I want. Where's the... This is the one. Oh boy. Do I seriously need to download it? Why did it saved over? Seriously? Why did it save over? Oh boy. Great. God, I love. I love this. Can I get it downloaded? Can I download it for... How's the standard definition? 19 minutes. Great, I need to download it. Download it. Editor. Okay, can't I download? Details. Okay, how the hell do I download it? live. Okay, from here. Okay, great. Well, Makes me wonder. I mean, I'm going to basically download a 6-hour stream, and less time than it takes for YouTube to process the standard definition of my video. I suppose downloading it and processing is different, but still, it's kind of on one part sad on YouTube's part, and on one part wonderful on Romanian internet connection speeds part. Yeah. Oh boy. I just want this to be published. Great. Six hours and 6.5 hours. Hopefully clipping on DaVinci Resolve is better than on Twitch. Just 4 more minutes. Wait a second, what the Next up, monocycling. What the Okay, I guess. Hello, welcome back. Oh, for crying out loud, why? Why? No, just wait, just we then just for matter again. Some sections which I point low the demonstration. As I stated in a previous video, for that grass. Next up, Monocycle. Monocycle, Noctol Braixen and Female Meowstick. Now why the Braixen against Twaki? Get some good choice. On Sinistra to get rid of it. Nice done. Welcome back to our mono normal team, where we are attempting to beat Florinia with Vigoroth, Lopunny, Halcyon, and what the fuck happened here? Why is timeline 1 just... Why? Why are you like this? Why? Fuck me. I'll deal with it later. That's the end of the stream tonight. Have a nice night.